Okay, we're going to call our first class of market lambs into the ring today. We have 4 exhibitors in this class. Caleb Porter, exhibiting a lamb weighing 88 pounds. Keegan Porter, with a lamb weighing 93 pounds. Thiele Brawls, with a lamb weighing 110 pounds. Jagger Eckert, with a lamb weighing 113 pounds. Let's go ahead and get these animals up, bring them to the ring. Coach the Livestock. He handled our cattle yesterday, and we're looking forward to seeing him work his way through our show today. Thank you, Joe. Again, while we're getting started, we'd like to recognize a few of the people today. Your sheep and goat superintendents, Lex Limberg and James Worrell. Your stock show board, we have Glenn Martin, who is your president, Cody Hatfield, Christy Limberg, Shannon Worrell, Jared Whitworth, Josh Brooks, Dave Ince, Cody Eckert, and Shell Terrell. We certainly appreciate what this group has done this year. I know with the issues we've got with COVID-19, it was getting a little bit hairy about whether we were going to be able to have the show or not. But your livestock board and your committee members have done a fantastic job of assembling this arena here today and this facility for us to show.
Thanks for all you're doing. Appreciate it.
And this is amazing what y'all pulled off. It's pretty cool that it works exactly like it did in there. Debatably better. I think it's better. Yeah. Did y'all have to cut the building to get that alley through? That was open.
No, it was already there.
That's just-
Everything was already set up. This barn right here has probably been here 70 or 80 years.
Really?
And it's just we've added on and redid and changed some stuff in there, but it's been there the longest. When I was those little kids' age, this is where we always put our sheep and goats.
Right.
And then there was another back behind that where there's parking lot now. That was an old wooden barn that was actually part of what the original racetrack was. And it was in such bad shape they had to tear it down. When
Did y'all show in the wooden barn?
yes, and then we built. I think they built this barn in '83 or '84. 1984. I stayed in town with my grandparents. They lived right there behind Mason Building Supply where my sister lives now. To get here, we had to have chains because of the ice.
That's the way stock show's supposed to be.
Exactly. Hello.
Start off our show this morning. Beautiful morning, not too cold. We're feeling good, and sheep acting and cooperating well. And we've got 4 young exhibitors to start the ring and doing an excellent job out here. I think actually start with a pretty challenging class and a lot of variation amongst what they are and how you would line these. I could view things very different the way they put together. Then we maybe start with the most different one of the young man's weather up front. To me, that's the weather that kind of leads the class in terms of length, extension, height the front end, a really attractive, well-balanced weather. And I like the way that he just presents himself, especially as we get things out and he starts to settle down. He relaxes in his spine just a bit. He really gets going right. I love his hip design and his back leg that he puts down. If you wanted to work him down, maybe so he could be a little bit bigger and a little fresher there over his loin. And he looks like he almost needs his back cracked right there in the middle of it just to relax just a touch. But I think those are all things that are going to continue to progress and get even better. Now, I think the next two, the young ladies, you here, and the weather that's going to go second and third, I think are really tight. Very, very close pair. The one I elected to use has got just a little bit more muscle, squares up just a bit bigger here right behind her shoulder, and I think squares up over her loin a touch more and carries a little more depth back here to her twist. A more muscular one that I still think balances very well. The young lady does an excellent job getting her set up, and when we get things presented, the balance is plenty acceptable for me to use. That one's a little bit extra stoutness that she's got kind of all the way through. Do you want to swap the pair? I definitely would do that as we get them on the lead and the move. The young lady's weather maybe travels just a little bit more comfortable and a touch more relaxed to her back leg, and then I think is better in her underline, the way it progresses back up towards her towards his chest for sure. But as we get our hands on that one, maybe just a little narrower pin sheep, doesn't want to square up, get quite as big and muscular there over her top side. Our ewe we're going to finish the group with. The boys do an excellent job here. Really not a bad sheep in any way. We're just maybe a little bit shorter, a little more compact, and a little lower set in our hip. And then we get a ewe that is excellent in terms of her body shape, really wide-chested, still very thick from behind. I think has those advantages over the wether that's third. We can see working that one up just a little bit off of this hip right in her hip right now. So nice class, great job, kids. Continue the good work here.
Thank you again, Joe, for reading and evaluating this class. Placings in the first class of Market Lambs, Lightweight South Downs. Fourth place, Caleb Potter. Third place, Sealy Broad. Second place, Keegan Potter. And first place, class winner, awarded to Jagger Eckert. Now we'll begin with our Class 2 Market Lambs, our South Downs. We have 4 animals in this class. Exhibitors in this class, Jagger Eckert with a South Down weighing 117 pounds, Laney Lashley with a lamb weighing 118 pounds, Kimbria Brawls also exhibiting a lamb weighing 118 pounds, and Sienna Smith with a lamb weighing 121 pounds.
That's fine. Put your hands together for him. I think that's a difficult class. Very competitive, and I think all the way through here, if you want to sort these around, some of them are going to get more of a hand clap than they are the right kind of progression, where the placing maybe that they feel like they should as we get things done. To me, these top three maybe are extremely challenging to offer just a little different type. Well, then we've still got a really solid fourth place sheep to fit in this class. Where I ended up is, as we kind of studied and I thought more through it, the wether that I started with is the one that maybe combines a couple of the positive features of second and third here, and I think does so in a very complete manner. The young lady's wether's got more squareness to his rack, is a little bit bigger loined, and then definitely has the one that turns the most shape down to his leg, the deepest here down to his twist. And I like just how square built he is in our class winner. If we take those things, we do that kind of like our third place wether does in here, but we also keep some trimness, some balance, and a little more picked up, neater shouldered one than what our second place one is. And so maybe a wether that I'd drop at his flank just a touch to balance just a little bit better on the move when he picks it up, and he's just a nickel shorter in his hip, but a really solid place to begin our class. 2-3 is very difficult for me. If y'all see it the other way, I'm okay with that for sure. The one that I'm going to elect to have in a second, I think, is our extra long made, really flat shouldered, very tightly wedged wether in terms of chest floor, blade, and where it sits at the top side, extremely long neck, and I think that extra length and extension makes that one awfully attractive when we get things pushed up and pulled together just right. That one maybe gets just a little bit looser in terms of top line, just a little looser over his top side as well, and maybe doesn't get just quite as big backed as the sheep on either side, but I think there's some big positives skeletally in that one. Honestly, the one that's third is the hardest one for me to read, young lady. At times I say, man, that's the rugged, stout-made one, really big-hipped, extremely big in terms of his rack. I like those things. I think really boxy-bodied. Other times I see him run downhill a little bit more, get a little more chest floor, have just a nickel more lower shoulder. I could easily be too critical on those traits and need to adjust the other way. I think that's still a really solid one and a very difficult class to put together. Or whether that's fourth, certainly still one that's got some muscle over his loin, very good in terms of his shoulder blade, and sets good up here in his chest floor. Maybe things that change is he's a little deep-sided and he's just a little frail, starting to make him look just a nickel overdone and a nickel plane. But an excellent class. Good luck with these. Congrats to y'all.
Placings in our second class of Market Southdown Lambs. Fourth place is awarded to Laney Lashley. Third place exhibited by Sienna Smith. Second place exhibited by Jagger Eckert. And the first place class winner exhibited by Kimbria Brawls. We're fixing to bring in our third class of South Downs. We have 4 animals in this class. Exhibitors are Kimbria Brawls with a lamb weighing 128 pounds, Sealy Brawls with a lamb weighing 128 pounds, Laney Lashley with a lamb weighing 136 pounds, and Roddy Brooks with a lamb weighing 139 pounds. We're only going to have 3 animals in this class. We have one that was scratched.
Nice trio of heavyweights here. All the sheep are really stout, very heavy structured, very powerful type of wethers. And then I think what we actually really turn into is maybe a little bit of differences in some neatness, some balance. But really where I sorted the kind of group to find our class winner, when you get off to an angle in terms of forerib shape, upper skeleton, hip stifle, our class winner really just opens up, bust apart to a little bigger. And then when you grab a hold of that one, he's awfully big and square there down his top side. I love the stoutness, the squareness that he sets down his backside. Then still one, when we get to the profile, I think balances very well. We're still picked up good. So wide chested, it's neat how his shoulder blade still sits there and sits pretty smooth to it. Maybe that one's not quite as good and level down his top line as what our second place one is. He's dead flat down his back, really good out of his hip. And I think as we actually travel the sheep, maybe holds together his underline just a nickel bit better. But I read that one to be just a little bit frailer, maybe not quite as big and busted open here up over the top side of that one as well. Our wether that's going to be third is just as wide constructed as the other two. Just in basic build, he's wide stifled, deep down to his leg, and I think sits square, and he's a very practical, very functional, structured type of a wether as well. Maybe carries just a little bit more condition here in her chest floor and around her top side, so not just quite as lean and expressive there over his backside. Nice group, nice trio. Congrats to y'all.
Placings in our heavyweights out down class. Third place goes to Sealy Broyles. Second place, Laney Lashley. Third place, Kimbria Broyles. So now show for champion reserve of the breed for our South Downs.
Somebody told me you're doing this online, they can watch it. Is that right? Where do they do it?
Go to Facebook or just go to YouTube and type in Jason. Livestock show.
Okay.
It's in both places.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
We had like 10 people watching last night. Really? Pretty good turnout. So we'll see.
Okay, exhibiting for our champion Southdown in a lightweight winner, we have Jagger Eckert with first place lamb. Middleweight, exhibited by Kimbria Broyles, and heavyweight, also exhibited by Kimbria Broyles.
Very nice way to start our morning here with the Southdown sheep. I think as we kind of worked through those groups, we had a lot of depth, a lot of quality, and I think some sheep you're looking at maybe look good right now and then still have the right parts and pieces to where as y'all progress them through the spring to continue to look good and continue to be competitive. All three of our class winners I think are really nice. Nice weathers that put together a little extra positive, one form or another, one way or the other. Okay, our lightweight, a really good looking one. Like his design and his build, maybe as the lightweight out here doesn't come with quite as much shape, but I think still the right kind of type to continue to go. Our middleweight, one I really like in terms of his trimness and how he's picked up. He balances very well for a very stout featured, good muscled one that I think handles extremely fresh down his top side. And our heavyweight, an extra stout, powerful one that then still balances very nicely, maybe gets some of those features just a touch more rugged. We've got some good seconds in behind there as well, so if you would give our kids a big round of applause, and I'll select your two that I like the most.
Champion Southdown comes from the middleweight class, exhibited by Kimbria Broyles. The reserve champion is also a lamb owned by Kimbria Broyles at the first class heavyweight winner. All these lambs are leaving the ring. We'll get it ready for our fine wool show. We'll start with our first class of fine wools. We have 3 lambs to be exhibited in this class. Hudson Terrell exhibiting a lamb weighing 112 pounds. Keegan Potter with a lamb weighing 122 pounds. And Jagger Eckert with a lamb weighing 124 pounds.
Hi, I'm Michael Zavala, here with Backwoods Barbecue, born and raised over in Mason, Texas, but we've moved over here to start this business. We had our kids participate in stock show. They started off with pigs, went into steers. The show in Mason as a whole, I think, is wonderful. It's a great experience for the kids. Teaches them a lot of basic skills, in my opinion, of learning to take care of things and, feed, water, every day. It's twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day, whatever is required. But I feel like it puts something that's missing in a lot of our kids nowadays, a responsibility that they're, something that to be responsible for, and it teaches them something as they become adults of caring for things. We love supporting because the Mason County Stock Show was wonderful to our kids, and so our way of giving back is we donate, either a meal or whatever. We try to help in any way we can because I think it's a great thing for kids to be a part of growing up, and it helps them out educationally wise. We hope that they can at least get something out that they can move forward with.
I think a difficult trio of sheep here to sort. They want to just maybe act a little differently, and at times you get completely different reads as you go back and forth here, and as we kind of study things in. I know one thing: when I grab the weathers, we get a hold of them. I think there's definitely one that's spread open, really big over his backside, very good square, fresh shape, and then still big pin, big hipped, and that was the case and was always going to be the case because that one's busted open underneath. Very wide constructed. Maybe at times he wants to just kind of fall off in his plate a little bit, look just a little bit deeper and heavier fronted, but then others, we get him going, and he picks that right back up, and he's plenty good and balanced well enough here. Our second place weather, the one to me that offers just a little bit longer, leveler hip design than our third, maybe is a little more comfortable in just the way that he wants to travel and relax himself here in his spine. He's one that's also got just a little more turn to his rib, his forerib especially. Maybe one that I would try to just square up a little bit more expressive back here through his hip, but a very nice, good balanced one to work into second. Whether that's third comes and goes into pieces. We like his length extension. I think he's a greener weather to read through. I think he's really long fronted. Maybe at times though he gets to be a little further off in his hip, a little lower slung in his neck, and doesn't quite piece together quite as neat in his balance, but a certainly nice one in terms of expression. Nice trio here. Good job, kids. Good luck with those.
Thanks again, Joe. Your placing is in your first class of lightweight fine wools. Third place awarded to Hudson Terrell. Second place exhibited by Keegan Potter. And first place blue ribbon winner exhibited by Jagger Eckert. Our next class to be exhibited is our middleweight fine wolves. We have 3 lambs in this class. Jagger Eckert exhibiting a lamb weighing 128 pounds. Avery Brooks with a lamb weighing 129 pounds. And Jagger Eckert also has a lamb in this class weighing 129 pounds.
We need some video in the ring. You can go to that gate down there and just, it's a spring latch, and come in and shoot down here for a while if you want.
I was asked if I needed a coin to flip, and I think that's about where I'd kind of got to. The longer we'd let those stand and we relax them and watch them, I think things changed quite a bit. And what you want to put together, man, could be a lot different. Maybe just the way they're going to act and how they're going to settle changes a lot. We've got several, or all three weathers are awfully good in every position or every kind of balance trait, too. Also a muscle trait, and there's just kind of nitpicky things to sort between them. The weather that hit me the hardest maybe starting, because we travel them in here, and I thought, man, that's a busted open one, very stout and rugged, still very appropriate, and the way that he uses his hind leg is the one that we wind up staying with here at the end as well. He wanted to start to act up and never quite relax in his top line, and that's what our one in second does extremely good. And so it maybe became a bit more difficult. Our class winner is great big over his top. I know for sure he's the biggest loined one, and he's the one that's got the most stifle, the most lower leg as well. I like his power and his shape. I think his balance comes together a little better on the move. Maybe not quite as good whenever we get him stopped here. Our one that's second, I think, is our extra long made, very, very level topped one, very proud fronted, and I like the way that he wedges at the top of his shoulder. The attractiveness is awfully good in the sheep. He's wider chested than what I expected, because you see him maybe from the profile being just a little bit frailer featured, not quite as big in his forearm and his bone work. He's a touch higher flanked than he is deeper chested. I would like to run his underline up the other way just a little bit more. And our one that's third is an awfully good weather, still the same. Maybe the best neck, best fronted, best shouldered one of the entire group, and travels extremely loose, very comfortable. The more we left him over here, the less he wanted to just present that attractiveness quite as well. He started to get a real rounder in his hip. Maybe he is the one that's just a nickel planer there to his pin and from behind just a touch. So a really interesting trio of sheep. Congrats, y'all. Good luck with them. Hope they continue to do the right things for you.
Thank you, Judge Rathman, for those reasons. Placings in your middleweight class: Fine Wool Market Lamb. Third place, exhibited by Jagger Eckert. Second place, Avery Books. And third place, it's a lamb owned by Jagger Eckert. In our heavyweight fine wool class, we have two lambs in this class. Hudson Terrell exhibiting a lamb weighing 130 pounds. Avery Brooks with a fine wool lamb weighing 139 pounds.
just get a pair of them. Awfully nice pair. We've got a really, really solid class winner here in my mind. One that first off kind of comes in, travels with the kind of flexibility, the authority that I like. Extra stout in terms of bone work and feature, and then a real tall-shouldered one that I think collects himself quite well then when we get him planted like this. He opens up plenty big in terms of his loin, his top shape, and then he's really big hipped and really big in terms of his leg. I like the fact that all progresses with some dimension further back into his skeleton like that. Being nitpicky, maybe gets a little high in his chine bone, maybe doesn't hook up quite as square right there at times. So we've got then another very solid wether to come second. Extremely smooth in terms of her shoulder blade, long fronted. We work back to a very flexible type of an animal as well. I think then also one that grabs good over his loin shape, square out to his edges as well. Maybe one that's just a little deeper sided and a little frailer, and we could trim those things up just a touch. So a very nice pair to end on there. Congrats to y'all.
Placings in our heavyweight fine wool class, red ribbon awarded to Hudson Terrell, blue ribbon winner Avery Brooks. Now we'll get ready for our champion fine wool drive.
I think an excellent fine wool show. A lot of depth again, and then also what we get to the top. I think run heavy and really are really quality animals that still put a lot of market value forth as we get them back out here. I think a great set to really work through. Our lightweight's awesome built, good looking. Still just a nickel green there in his top side, but I don't think I want to pick on him too much to that because everything looks like it's posted out on his edges and on his corners quite well. Our middleweight's sure a stout rascal, extremely busted open up top, big top side, hip and leg in that one, and still balances with plenty of ability there to be a good kind of a winner. Then our heavyweight, one who's extremely good in terms of her height to shoulder, our look and her balance, and then still has a big end and handles and touches the right way as well. So if you would give our fine wool our fine wool exhibitors a big round of applause. Excellent show here. Congrats to y'all and good luck with them.
Champion fine wool comes out of the heavyweight class and exhibited by Avery Brooks. Congratulations, Avery. reserve champion fine wool is your first place middleweight animal owned by Jagger Eckert.
So I'm going to go over. You see that camera? You have to stand close to your shot. Okay. I'm going to go over and move that camera up. And I want to be able to see the top of the trees. Like, because all the action's happening here. I need to move it. I might need to move it. Oh, no, I'm not going to move it. It's going to take seconds. I need to move it up. Make sure when I move it up that the left and rights are about the same. Okay. Where you see the corner of the stadium and the corner of the judges' box. Okay.
Okay, we're ready to start with our fine wool cross class. We have in our fine wool crosses, we have 3 animals in the first class. Patrick Vandelis, exhibiting a lamb weighing 117 pounds. Cypress Vandelis, exhibiting a lamb weighing 127 pounds. And Avery Brooks, with a lamb weighing 127 pounds. While our judges evaluating this class, I've been asked to remind you that the concession stand is open and they have drinks and packaged food. If you would help visit this and support the livestock show, they would certainly appreciate this. We'd also again like to recognize those donors that are contributing the awards for the Market Lamb Show. The Grand Champion Market Lamb Buckle is donated by Fredonia Peanut Company. The Reserve Grand Champion Market Lamb Banner, donated by Jeff and Dorothy Grody. And the Reserve Grand Champion Market Lamb Banner is donated by the Jennings family. Reminder of our schedule for the rest of the show. After the sheep show, we will do the sheep showmanship. Then at 11 a.m. we will start the swine show, and with the swine showmanship immediately following this. And then the goat show will start at 4 o'clock, followed by goat showmanship. On Friday, we have the food and nutrition interviews at 8 a.m. The ag mechanic show also begins at 8 a.m. Buyer's reception at 4 p.m. with the general store open at 4 p.m. The award ceremony at 5:30 and the premium sale at 6 p.m.
I think an interesting trio. They come with a couple of wethers maybe kind of match up just a little bit more together, and then a ewe that kind of throws a wrench in the whole group. You can move right into the middle right there. Okay, you're going to be second. But as we get them to travel right in, you immediately get struck by our class winners extra stout feature. What a big rugged one, forearm, wide chested, heavy structured. And you can see that that one's going to have a big square hip in him. And you go on, you get on him. I told the young man when I grabbed that one, I said, hey, this is the right view on that one. When you're right on top of him, he's big backed. He's really, really dimensional to his upper skeleton. I like all those features. Maybe with some of that, he gets just a little bit rounder here in his lower shoulder, wants to duck down just a touch going, but I think those are all minor for the amount of stoutness that that one brings forth here. Our one that's second matches with that weather quite well, especially when we talk just squareness of loin edge, squareness of rack shape, and then a really expressive from behind. It may actually defines up just a touch more than what our class winner does. I like all those things. He's maybe comes in just a little bit more piecey of a package here on the stand. Still wants to always remain a little high in his spine, and he's just a nickel deeper there through his center body, and so he doesn't quite pick up as well in late maturing as our class winner. Our U, to me, is a really interesting one to me. That one's the longest, tallest, levelest one of the entire group. She offers a very different kind within the trio, and I like that. I think that's a plenty good kind to start with. She's long-fronted, she's pretty, she's attractive. She gives up some in terms of bone, stoutness, and maybe squareness and expression of muscle here with these three. So very nice class. Congrats to y'all. Good luck with them later on.
Placings in our lightweight final crossbred class. Third place, exhibited by Cypress Vangelist. Second place, Patrick Vangelist. Class winner, exhibited by Avery Brooks. Middleweight class, we have two animals in this class. Keegan Potter, exhibiting a lamb weighing 128 pounds. Tina Smith, lamb weighing 133 pounds. I've been asked to announce if you are a lamb exhibitor and you're ready to take your picture, if you'll bring them on up there by the awards platform. We'll take your pictures now. If not, we'll wait and do it after the showmanship.
This is really an excellent pair. I think both of the sheep really come together. They've got some big positives, and I think it's awfully tight. And we'll take a little time and maybe just the relaxedness of the ewe and wanting to be able to show herself off just a little bit with less fight. Maybe helps just a touch to try to balance that one together. But I think this could go either way, no question. Our ewe that we're going to start, I really especially like when we get planted from the rear view in a 3/4 view. This one's especially big in terms of in her hip and the way she sets down on her hind legs. She's wide, she's square. It comes together very nicely. In particular, I think she holds an advantage here in her upper forerib shape, and then the way that balances or that ties all the way down to a chest floor that's still picked up, still clean and laid flat in her shoulder. I like all those things. Maybe as we travel, just a little shorter hip to you that gets just a nickel choppier in her travel, and I wish we could really reach her just a little bit longer in that regard. I want that second. This is awfully tight because this is an enormous back weather. He has got a huge top and handles extremely big over his backside. I love the extra shape he's got. I think he looks awfully fresh and very correct in terms of his posture. The way that he sets and settles together when we're traveling is probably a little better than what he wants to do when we get him stopped. He just never wants to quite pick his head up. He stays a little lower shouldered, stays a little higher in his top line. Maybe doesn't quite pull himself up and want to pick himself up to show those extremes that he does. But an awfully nice pair. Doing a very good job here, young ladies. Good luck with them.
Placings in our middleweight fine wool crossbred class. Second place exhibited by Ken Smith. First place exhibited by Keegan Potter. Now bring our animals in to show for our champion fine wool cross.
try to commentate this over at the same time. Talk about the weather and stuff.
Well, I think these are awfully difficult. You want to try to put together a few different ways. I can line the classes back to a different way. We're only missing one ewe out here. She could have stopped in here, just worked just the same. There's some good sheep here. I think you can see a few different ways and what to design them like. You could change quite a lot. So I may leave one out that could be awfully competitive as we kind of further things down the road here. Our lightweight wether. Extremely rugged, very, very stout built. Maybe the lightweight in here, but also maybe the one that to me reads with the most kind of extension, most length also to his skeleton, especially here about his hip, and then the way that plants back down to his hind leg I really like. I like that to come with also a fact that he squares up big over his backside. He's got a big loin in him as well. He's maybe just a nickel longer about his shoulder blade, just a little bit heavier in his front end. We see that just a touch more as we get out and we travel. Then our heavyweight ewe, she's extremely bold and round in her rib cage. I love her squareness that she's got to her skeleton, especially just down low, square in her chest floor down to her knee. Extremely good as far as expression, shape, and squareness the way it sets to her hind leg. And then I think balances the right way because her body shape is trim, it's picked up, and she's got a neat look to go with a really, really hard top in her. Our seconds are both very, very interesting as well. Our lightweight's expressive, heavy muscled, maybe just a nickel piece here in his build. And our second place heavyweight, one that's extreme in terms of muscle shape and dimension up high. Got a neat look as well, just at times wants to duck down a little harder, maybe not quite present his front end to the same extent as a couple of the others will. So I think my decision's very tough here, and the way you would line them, totally fine with me. I think these just make you look like a fool, and hopefully they progress on and do much better, and they do make me look like a fool, and everybody works out just the same here. So give our cross exhibitors a big round of applause. Congrats to these kids.
Champion Clonwell crossbred lamb exhibited by Keegan Potter, and the reserve champion crossbred exhibited by Sienna Smith. Congratulations. We'll be ready to start our Darper lamb show in just a few moments. Exhibitors in our first class of lightweight Darpers, Bodie Hamlicek exhibiting lamb weighing 102 pounds, and Brindley Hamlicek exhibiting the lamb weighing 109 pounds.
Really nice pair of ewes here. I think both of them really are stout. They're both dimensional. They've got the right kind of parts pieces, make good market animals, and I think both the kids doing an excellent job. But the difference to me, our young lady that leads the class is dragging one that's a little longer, a little taller, a little flatter shouldered, maybe picks up just a little higher up front through her chest floor and the top of her shoulder as well. That one is a little long docked, and I'd like to shorten that up. I think that would make a difference about her attractiveness here from the side. But I like the front half of that one just a little better than our ewe that's going to be second. Our ewe that's second is the one that's wider based, a little wider chested, and then especially wide from her stifle down to the ground. I like her dimension and her power that she's got. Just comes just a little shorter made, just a little shorter around her here in her shoulder and her front end, and maybe not quite as picked up. So a very nice pair, good way to start this breed. Congrats to y'all kids.
Placings in our first class of Dorper Market Lambs. Second place exhibited by Bodie Hamlicek. First place Blue Ribbon winner exhibited by Brindley Hamlicek. In our second class of Dorpers, we have Braxton Hamlicek exhibiting a lamb weighing 117 pounds, and Sola Martinez exhibiting a lamb weighing 118 pounds.
Another nice pair of Dorper ewes. We're going to start with the white one. I think compositionally a leaner, harder, more expressive one. She's really, really big in terms of her top side. Very expressive in her shape and very deep in her loin measurement. I think body-wise, that one's still proportional, having some shape to her rib, not being excessive in any manner. Maybe just a little bit shorter made. For that kind of power, though, it's not a big deal at all. And we've got then a second place ewe that's definitely one that's flexible, that's sound. She's big-bodied as well. She's maybe been a little bit too good of an eater. She's a little over-conditioned. I'd like to lean her up. I think the basic build of the ewe is balanced and square. She's just getting a little too much finish on her right now, so we'll just try to lean her up just a touch. So very nice pair. Congrats to y'all two young ladies. Good luck with them.
Placings in our middleweight Dorper class. Second place animal exhibited by Suela Martinez, and class winner exhibited by Braxton Halamachek. In our third and final class of Dorper Market Lambs, we have two lambs in this class. Braxton Halamachek exhibiting a lamb weighing 124 pounds, and Brindley Halamuchek, exhibiting a lamb weighing 131 pounds.
I believe our last class of Dorpers here, and the two of them, I'd tell you, I think if you just split them down the middle, one's got an advantage on one side, the other's got the advantage on the other side. Both of them are powerful, both of them are good-bodied, good-ribbed. But our one that we're going to start with, the young ladies in pink here, I think up front, that's a little bit taller shouldered, a nickel smoother shouldered one, maybe just a little more picked up in terms of chest floor and a touch longer fronted. Then I'd say from there back, we've got one that's still very, very hard in terms of shape and a little bit stronger down her top line as well. Our one that's second, I think, holds the advantage on the back end of things. That one's longer in her hip placement. I think because it's longer, it's very level. Her posture to her rear leg, to me, is square and more attractive. I really like those features. And I think that one also has a really big stifle of leg. She's extremely powerful from behind. Maybe up front, just a little bit rounder made, just a little bit lower fronted than what our class winner is. So very nice pair to finish this breed on. Congrats to both y'all young ladies.
Heavyweight Dorper class, second place exhibited by Braxton Halamuchek, and first place exhibited by Brindley Halamuchek. Now we'll bring in your first place animals and show for champion of our Dorper division.
Dorper Show's had a lot of youth in it, and I like that. We got some younger kids in here in driving some ewes, doing an excellent job, and some good quality as well. Our lightweight, a really attractive one. I like that one's length levelness, maybe as long pattern for her frame as anything that we had in the show. Maybe not quite as just big and square up top, but a really attractive one. Our middleweight, a really round-bodied, very expressively muscled one. I like the fact that that one still balances well. Maybe not the most attractive in some design features, but a really good balance, still very muscular one. And our heavyweight, a ewe that's extremely wide constructed. I really like the front half of that one and the way she's built up front. And then her body shape matches and fits together well to still have a lot of expression. Our lightweight second, awfully good still, good balance and still good muscle. Their heavyweight second, I like the power, the extra power that one probably presents still with a really nice hip hind leg posture as well. So a great group. If you would give these kids a big round of applause. Good luck with these, and I'll show you the two that I like.
Champion Dorper Lamb exhibited by Brindley Halmanchek, and the reserve exhibited by Braxton Halmanchek. We're going to get ready now for our medium classes. Our first class coming in here, we have 3 lambs in this class. Caleb Porter exhibiting a lamb weighing 86 pounds. Darlene Verius exhibiting a lamb weighing 102 pounds. And Keegan Potter exhibiting a lamb weighing 106 pounds.
I'll take a second because we make them so opposite of each other. To try to sort is just a coin flip, and without the just true comfort, that's my kind. That's where you go with those two. I think you see a lot of things. The blue U to me though maybe combines the most of the next two. I love the blue U's just like the shoulder expression that she's got in terms of her rack shape. Then she's big boned, she's heavy structured, she's got a neat turn to her leg as well. She may be always saying just a little high in her top line, just a nickel higher in her flank, so she doesn't want to balance quite as well as she could possibly, and she's a little just green, I'd say, in the way that she handles right now, but the width is there and the body shape's all right there. Look, 2 and 3 are completely opposite of each other, and so sorting them, I think it just winds up being a coin flip. We'll just talk about the differences. Our young lady that's second, definitely the longer, later maturing, taller fronted, more extended one. I like the fact that that one skeletally, fall fits, everything fits within her. Maybe actually surprising, and why I sort of this way surprising, when I got my hands on her, her width is better than what you'd expect for the one that's got more frame and length here, and I think still squares up good from behind. She just needs to be a little stouter featured, kind of like what our third place one is, to really kind of match that all as a more complete one to rival our blue sheep. Our little ewe that's third, extremely impressive back, extremely impressive in terms of muscle, stoutness, and skeletal width. She's really busted open. I see her better as a real changer in terms of a breeding standpoint than anything. She's just awfully short. She needs to be a little taller and a little more extended. So a nice trio here. Congrats to y'all, doing a great job, kids. Good luck with them.
Placing in our first class of medium wool market lambs. Third place goes to Caleb Potter. Second place, Darlene Varias. And class winner exhibited by Keegan Potter. Okay, we're ready for our next class of medium wool market lambs. We have a lamb exhibited by Sam Smith, weighing 123 pounds. Darlene Various with a lamb weighing 123 pounds, and Holland Terrell with a lamb weighing 124 pounds. Excuse me, we have 2 more animals in this class also. Rodell Gomez is exhibiting a lamb weighing 130 pounds, and Mason Hatfield with a lamb weighing 136 pounds.
Very nice class here. Got some really, really good stock in terms of bone and stoutness and feature. I think then if you just kind of start nitpicking some things, really hard to get around our class winner here. That thing is enormous in terms of backside, extremely fresh and dimensional top. And I think really good in terms of our hip and our hind leg posture, the way it all plants down. Still a really attractive, very, very well balanced one as well. Very extreme in terms of stoutness and feature. Maybe that's a put off to some as we get just a nickel coarser in some parts of them. Our second place and our third place weathers I think are really actually pretty close. They're a little bit different, but they're both really good, and that's why they're close, is because they're very competitive, high quality weather is still the same. The one I'm going to elect to use in a second is sure a big bone, big footed one. I like this one in terms of trimness, maybe even a little bit trimmer and more streamlined than what our class winner is. I think that one's got a hard shape, and I think in particular is bigger in terms of our stifle and our lower leg expression that we have. Maybe picks up just a little bit much or a little bit more back to our flank than say our third place one is. I think the balance of our third place weather is really nice. Very smooth. The top of his shoulder blade, way it sits in there and it wedges tightly. I was really impressed with how well he handles there out of his rack to come out of that regard. Maybe as we get back into that weather, his little depth of rib maybe helps in a balance standpoint, but also drips down his rib shape. He's a little flatter ribbed. He's maybe just a little bit shorter in the way that he kind of couples some things there, but a really, really nice trio of weathers at the top end of that class. Our ewe that's going to come fourth, it's got just a little bit nicer, more attractive hip and hind leg posture than our ewe that's going to be fifth. I think our young lady here in the sweater is doing an awfully nice job to get that one back together. She's a very pretty, very attractive one, gives up some power to the sheep out ahead of it. Our ewe that's going to be fifth, I like extra length. You're doing a great job, young lady, because we get the top line dead flat and very smooth in her. She's well balanced. She's long constructed. To me, reads just a little frailer and a little more closed up underneath. A very nice class, a very competitive class. Good luck to those. Give them a round.
Thank you, Joe. Placings in our first class of medium wool market lambs. Fifth place is awarded to Darlene Various. Fourth place, Holland Terrell. Third place, exhibited by Rodell Gomez Jr. Second place, exhibited by Sienna Smith. And first place, blue ribbon winner, goes to Mason Hatfield. Congratulations.
We only video winners.
Our final class of market lambs today will be our heavyweight medium wool lambs. We have 5 animals in this class. Mason Hatfield exhibiting a lamb weighing 139 pounds. Roddy Brooks with a lamb weighing 143 pounds. Roddy also has a lamb weighing 145 pounds. Rodell Gomez Jr. with a lamb weighing 148 pounds. And Dakota Martin with a lamb weighing 149 pounds.
Not that I had any doubt in y'all's abilities, but I've gotten reports from my kids that your Facebook Live feed is great. So y'all are doing a good job on the video. So the video is looking really good. So just wanted to let you know that they wanted to compliment whoever was doing the video was doing a good
I
job.
love to hear it.
Very nice class put together here. I think really stout individuals, all just a little bit different in their kind and kind of alignment, then maybe dictate just where you want to gravitate towards. In my opinion, the blue weather we're going to begin with does the job of combining the animals in behind him. He's extremely big-backed and really big-ended and super heavy structured, but yet still has the skeletal design and the look of quality that we get in maybe when we set second in here as well. So I love the stoutness of features, still the balance, the look, the design of that one. Awfully neat there in the way we're put together. 2, 3, and 4 to me can have some argument. If we want to put some things together just a little different, I'd be okay with that. The weather I'm going to use in a second here, I especially like just skeletal design and way things fit together on him. I think are proportional. We're extra tall shouldered. Everything runs uphill. We're flat in our shoulder blade, but yet still wide in our chest floor. We're based comfortably. When we travel these two, that's where I think those two sort better in terms of length of stride, comfortability, and the way things sit down. What doesn't hurt, though, is young man's weather here. When you grab a hold of that one, we won't have him maybe tuned up as square and as hard as what we would say at our true end point of what we're doing, but there's a ton of dimension. There's lots of skeletal width there. Maybe just not the expression that we see in our blue one right ahead. One that's going to be third, man, extreme in terms of boxiness and stoutness. When you get right up above him, that is a great big rack shape, ditch down his top, huge hip design, way bigger and stouter pin than what our weather is at second, no question about it. Maybe just a little shorter made and a touch more compact when we read our neck and our front end. I think more so when we travel him, a shorter hip maybe just keeps him a little choppier and more restricted there as he goes. Man, that's a boxy dude that's really powerful down his backside. I read a lot of quality and a lot of good in our one that's 4 here. I think just by far the greenest one of this group. Very long, level spine, flexible, square built, has things positioned out on the right places. We're just green. We're really green in terms of our body shape, but we're green in our handle. I think all things that improve as we go along. We're going to finish with a ewe that's actually got a little more freshness in terms of body shape and condition right now, but maybe a ewe that needs to balance just a little bit different. She's heavier fronted than she is back to her flank and her rear end. We could power her up from behind to try to match some of that stoutness she's got up front. Excellent group here, so give these kids a big round of applause.
Placings in our final class of market lambs. 5th place is awarded to Rodell Gomez Jr. 4th place exhibited by Mason Hatfield. 3rd place, Roddy Brooks. Roddy also had the 2nd place red ribbon winning lamb. And class winner goes to Dakota Martin. Congratulations. Now we'll bring back our 1st and 2nd place winners in our classes for exhibiting for a champion and reserve champion medium wool lamb.
we finish with another nice breed. A lot of depth of quality, good stoutness. We've got good quality animals in all the way through here. So just to hit them just briefly, our blue sheep from our lightweight class, young lady doing a great job with that one. Love the trimness, the picked up, everything through the front half of that one. I think reads right and comes together well. Maybe gets swallowed just a little bit out here in terms of loin shape and dimension up top right now, but I like the build that she's got. Our weather from the middleweight class is extremely rugged. A super stout featured one, very boxy, big square rack shape in him, and I like the way that everything blends together for that type of animal. Everything's still smooth. For the real stout featured one, everything's not too dimensional or not too coarse or not stand out too much. Everything fits together with still with some balance and some feature here as well. Our blue heavyweight, one that's got a world of quality and is great big in terms of fresh expression of back and muscle from behind, but still hits a lot of quality features as well. We've got some good seconds there. I'll show you what I like for champion, and then we'll talk about our seconds there for our reserve contention. So if you would give our medium wool showers a big round of applause. Great show.
Champion medium wool of the 2021 Livestock Show, exhibited by Dakota Martin.
I wanted to just take a second for our reserve contention because I think it's a tough decision, really. There's two different types of sheep here, in our medium and our heavyweight, and I think both of them got their place and their kind. Our heavyweight, I love proportion, balance, the measurements that one puts together, I think are very unique. I would say there's a couple of things I'd tweak on that one just a little bit. He always pushes his knee forward just a little bit, and he's maybe just a nickel rounder there in his hip to go along with maybe not quite as crisp of an edge down his top side, but skeletally made, the proportions and measurements, I really like the way that one is, and I think brings a lot of quality. Whereas our middleweight does a lot of those same things, maybe not to the extreme, but adds a significant amount of bone and foot and stoutness, extra chest width. Got a big square hip in him as well. To me, that decision's very close. They're a little bit different kind, and I wanted to make sure that we gave credit where it's due. But I'm going to go here with our middleweight. That's going to be our reserve champion. Very nice medium wool breed. Congrats to y'all.
Third champion medium wool, exhibited by Mason Hatfield. We'll now bring our animals in, our class winners, our division winners, to show for the market lamb of the 2021 show. In our South Down division, our champion South Down was exhibited by Kimbria Brawls. Kimbria also on the reserve champion. In our Fine Wool division, the champion Fine Wool exhibited by Avery Brooks, the reserve champion by Jagger Eckert. In our Fine Wool Cross division, the champion exhibited by Keegan Potter, the reserve champion by Sienna Smith. In our Dorper division, the champion exhibited by Brindley Halamachek, and the reserve champion by Braxton Halamachek. In our Media Wool division, the champion was exhibited by Dakota Martin, and the reserve champion by Mason Hatfield. While we're waiting for these animals to come in, I would like to say again, we thank our directors for what they've done for setting up this show. We also would like to thank Kyle and Rachel Martin for the streamlining that they're working with and doing with our livestock show this year. They are now streaming online. If you wish to watch it from home, you can go to the Mason County Livestock Show Facebook page, and you can see today and yesterday's show also. You can also go to YouTube and search for Mason County Livestock Show, and you can see it there as well. And tomorrow at 6 p.m., you can bid in the auction on CCI Live. We appreciate this support, and we certainly appreciate Kyle and Rachel for what they're doing here for the youth here this year. If you see them, tell them thanks, along with the directors here, for putting on such a great show. Another reminder is you folks that have finished showing your animals, you need to stop by the sale ring, the ring over here, and the announcer's booth, and pick up a sales slip for the animal and that you're going to sell in the premium sale tomorrow night. Christy has these forms here, so be sure and come over here and pick up a form, turn it into her. Otherwise, if you don't get the form listed in your placing, you could be selling at the end of the show.
Very excellent sheep show. I was about to say I'm going to start with talking about them, but I don't do them justice. You don't want some old dummy just trying to tell you what you're looking at out here. Y'all have got good stock, and they've been deep, and I thought I had plenty of decisions to make all the way through. That I'll leave the next part up to y'all, and where you decide where you're taking them and how well you're going to get along with them, I think is pretty easy kind of stock in the way to talk that. These breed sheep have been as good of a set of breed sheep that I've really gotten to sort through in terms of depth. They're solid, they're very different, and so you had a lot of options. I think y'all got to be looking ahead of some things that will be awfully competitive later on, and I wish y'all the best of luck in that regard. So if you would, just give our sheep exhibitors a big round of applause. Excellent show. Good morning. Great way to start. I'll go show you a couple of them that I like, and sure to bounce into y'all's opinion about which two y'all like even better. So we'll work with that.
'21 Grand Champion Market Lamb exhibited by Dakota Martin. Congratulations, Dakota. The reserve grant of the show is the reserve meat wool exhibited by Mason Hatfield. Now we'll begin, get ready for our showmanship and our sheep classes. We'll start with our junior and then intermediate, then a senior group. Another reminder, you two exhibitors, be sure and get your pictures taken, and also make sure you fill out a sales slip.
to show, much less show at the level that they are. And so be very, very proud of these exhibitors. I'll put down the mic and pick a champion. But one more time, big round of applause for our junior showman in the sheep show.
And our champion junior showman awarded to Jagger Eckert. All right, as we take these out of the ring, then we'll bring in our intermediate group for showmanship. Again, as a reminder, while this group is coming in, we will have our market lamb show this afternoon and also our market goat show this afternoon. And while, if you're people, to let them know if they're not able to be here, we have Kyle and Rachel Martin during our streaming right now online. You can go to Mason County Livestock Show Facebook page and you can see today's show and also observe yesterday's show. You can also go to YouTube and search for Mason County Livestock Show and you can see us there as well. And tomorrow at 6 p.m. you can bid in the auction if you will go to cci.live.
Once again, let's give these exhibitors in the arena a round of applause quickly. Another really competitive division. We only ended up with 5 here in this intermediate group, and I'm honestly not even sure what age-wise these would be. I guess probably close to late elementary school, middle school age maybe, but these exhibitors are doing a really good job. I won't critique each one of them individually. I guess a few pieces of advice, and so exhibitors in the ring and even ringside, I think, could take a few pieces of information away from it. And so one of the things that I'd say is some of us get so locked in as far as eye contact that we don't necessarily take the time to look down and make sure our sheep is where we're supposed to be. And so it's always good to have a balance of making sure that you have eye contact and you're aware of where the judge is at, and still spend a little bit of time looking down to make sure feet and legs are square and set the way they're supposed to. And then the second piece of advice I'd give, and I think that's just kind of the international rule of showmanship, is making sure that you're more worried about how your animal looks than yourself. And I see it so many times that body position's good and they're staring a hole through the judge and they don't realize that they're making their sheep worse and not better. And so I think those are just a few things to work on as we go forward, but I thought a really competitive division. To me, there's kind of one that sets herself apart from this group in terms of just her ring awareness and then her ability to still communicate with me and knowledgeably answer the questions. And so the young lady on my far right with the Southdown will be your champion. Congratulations to her.
And your intermediate champion showman, Kimbria Broyles.
Unfortunately, but I guess fortunate on my part, there's only 2 in the senior group, so it's an easier group to get through, and there's not a whole lot you can do to work through, too. I thought both of these young exhibitors do an awesome job in terms of awareness, getting their sheep pulled together. When I talked to each one of them, they seemed pretty knowledgeable about the project, and you can tell that these are the kind of kids that do their own work at home. And so my compliments to both of them. Exhibitors ringside, I guess, younger folks that are trying to figure out what this is supposed to look like, looking at these two for kind of an example of what doing a really good job looks like. It's small features, but I think there's one exhibitor out here that does the best job. I'll go ahead and pick your champion. But once again, congratulations. Give him a round of applause.
Champion senior showmanship goes to Dakota Martin.
She's right in there. You gonna stay with Mama? Okay. Stay here with Mama. Okay. We're just gonna go home for a little while. All right.
I've been asked to announce that we're going to take about a 35-40 minute break here for lunch, and they're going to start the swine show at 12:30. So if you're hungry, go hit the concession stand. Again, a reminder, you exhibitors, make sure you fill out your sales slips and turn them into Christy. You can pick them up here at the announcer's booth and then turn them into Christy.
All right, one last time, let's give these sheep exhibitors a big round of applause before we send them home. I know how important this is to y'all's community. This county fair is a huge deal in Mason County. Grew up not far from here, and so being from where I'm from, you always hear about Mason County, and it's 100% true. This is a competitive county fair. These exhibitors do an awesome job, and I also know that a $1,000 scholarship is on the line right now, and the exhibitor that I choose. And so a big deal, and I take that very seriously and make sure we're thorough enough. And it's hard to spend a whole lot of time when you got 2 or 3 in a class, but we went through and I talked to these exhibitors. And one thing I'll say before I finish it, some of the more shy juniors and intermediates that I've talked to, half the time the judge is just talking to you to communicate. And so look them in the eye, speak with some confidence, tell them everything you know, because y'all know everything I asked. And so one more time, a round of applause. A really good group. I'll get you a champion. Thanks for having me.
And the champion showman awarded to Dakota Martin.
My name is Nick Rodriguez. I'm a senior at Mason High School. Been doing this for the last 4 years. Last year I made a little bench out of wood and metal, made some metal arms, bent them with a acetylene torch, and I got reserve grand champion at the Mason County show for AgMech. More of a challenge. I did a table for my mother last year, and I'm trying to recreate something different this year by putting little rocks and fossils that we found, or that the lady I'm making it for found in West Texas when she was a little girl, and just trying to make like a little momentum of when she was with her father. It's an epoxy resin river table with a live edge mesquite wood tree that when she was little, her and her dad used to shoot a little 22 at just out off the back porch. And it was a challenge to get that here because I had to go through a bunch of bandsaws and had to get milled down. And now it's here. And I'm doing my thing with it. Well, I've had to learn to work hard, stay up late, making everything. And I plan to be a mechanic in the future. So.
We're Kenny and Shirley from McLean Ford. We have been supporting kids in the community for over 30 years now. We've been blessed to be able to do that. We had children that were involved in different aspects as they grew up, and so we have truly made it a point that the funds that we're able to support with go to the kids.
Most all of our donations that we do are all towards youth. A few other aspects of youth, not just stock shows, but mainly that. We think that that area teaches kids a lot of good work ethic. They learn right from wrong, what works, what doesn't work, and so when they grow up, maybe they will take part of that with them. And we think that's very important. And if our funds can go a little ways to help ease the cost of some of that, then so be it. And that's a wonderful thing because, kids are everything to us. So we just think that's the best way to put it.
I was raised in Sensana and had a lot of friends from Mason growing up, that would be neighboring towns, and still a lot of friends that are grown up, and their children now are showing, and their children now are involved in several aspects. And so it's just, we just love Mason County. There's just something about the people that reminds us of home, and so it's become one of our points that we really try to support.
The people at Mason really make it easy to do our best that we can take care of those over there, because they come through, they're nice people, they're just so welcoming, they're warm, they're like us. They're like us. We want, you want to be with people that you know and trust and like, and that's those people. So we really love it over in Mason County.
And since we bought the store a little over 5 years ago, they've been very supportive of us.
They have.
Hi, I'm Anna Marie. I'll be showing Profit, and she is the semi-Angus.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth, and I'll be showing Miracle, and she is a beef master.
Well, you have to brush them, you have to wash them a lot, you can't just turn them out. With mine especially, right now we're trying to grow hair, So I have to brush her a lot, wash her, blow her.
Usually we do showmanship when we're done watching her, and if we don't do showmanship, she goes straight to her pen. So she's always in a rush to get to her pen. You can always go and do her first, and if you do, it's going to be a pain to get her back.
See you at the stock show.
Hi, I'm Mason Hatfield,
Hi, I'm Layla Hatfield.
and we're showing goats at the Mason County Livestock Show. I like seeing all my friends at the stock show and just seeing how we all did after all our year's work.
I like all the goats, and I want to see how everybody does. We race them for the judges, so they look good.
Well, you have to learn how to feed them correctly and walk them good and make sure they have fresh water. And it's just very important to tend to them. Make sure their pen is clean.
My goat Charlie likes peanuts. He loves playing with his friends.
See you at the stock show.
Hi, I'm Reese, and I've been showing pigs at the Mason Stock Show about 4 years. My favorite thing at the stock show is getting ready for the show. We walk them, we brush them, and we let them practice walking. When we were practicing walking them around the house, they would go to one spot and like to eat pecan. I only have one name. His name's Oats, because it's white. See you at the Mason Stock Show. Hi, I'm Brody. Hi, I'm Brinley. Hi, I'm Braxton. We show sheep and goats at the Mason Stock Show. My favorite thing about the stock show is meeting new people. I like when you wellness with friends. I like to show. We shear the goats and sheep and feed them and put them in the trailer. Walk them around, feed them, and then whenever we go to get them weighed, we walk them again. And whenever we walk them, it helps their muscles. I've shown at Fredericksburg twice, and I showed at Taylor a few weeks ago. Friday, I got ranch hamburgers. Yep, none of them are hungry. I love Mason the best because I can see all my friends. See you at the Mason Stock Show!
I'm Sophie, and I represent Mason for the 4-H Food Challenge. My favorite part about Food Challenge is getting to experiment with your mystery ingredient and have to come up with a dish that surrounds it. I represented Mason for the District 7 4-H Food Show. We had to present a presentation to the judges about how our dish had my plate and nutrients. Then they asked us questions about how we incorporated nutrients in my plate and making our dish healthier. This is my first year doing it, and I placed 4th. See you at the Mason Stock Show.
Hi, I'm Michael Zavala, here with Backwoods Barbecue, born and raised over in Mason, Texas, but we've moved over here to start this business. We had our kids participate in stock show. They started off with pigs, went into steers. The show in Mason as a whole, I think, is wonderful. It's a great experience for the kids. Teaches them a lot of basic skills, in my opinion, of learning to take care of things and, feed, water, every day. It's twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day, whatever's required. But I feel like it puts something that's missing in a lot of our kids nowadays, a responsibility that they're, something that to be responsible for, and it teaches them something as they become adults of caring for things. We love supporting because the Mason County Stock Show was wonderful to our kids, and so our way of giving back is we donate, either a meal or whatever. We try to help in any way we can because I think it's a great thing for kids to be a part of growing up, and it helps them out educationally wise. We hope that they can at least get something out that they can move forward with.
My name is Nick Rodriguez. I'm a senior at Mason High School. Been doing this the last 4 years. Last year I made a little bench out of wood and metal, made some metal arms, bent them with acetylene torch, and I got reserve grand champion at the Mason County Show for AgMech. More of a challenge. I did a table for my mother last year, and I'm trying to recreate something different this year. If I put little rocks and fossils that we found, or that the lady I'm making it for found in West Texas when she was a little girl, and just trying to make like a little momentum of when she was with her father. It's an epoxy resin river table with a live edge mesquite wood tree that when she was little, her and her dad used to shoot a little 22 at just out off the back porch, and it was a challenge to get that here because I had to go through a bunch of bandsaws and had to get milled down, and now it's here. I'm doing my thing with it. Well, I've had to learn to work hard, stay up late, making everything, and I plan to be a mechanic in the future. So.
Hi, we're Kenny and Shirley from McLean Ford. We have been supporting kids in the community for over 30 years now. We've been blessed to be able to do that. We had children that were involved in different aspects as they grew up, and so we have truly made it a point that the funds that we're able to support with go to the kids.
Most all of our donations that we do are all towards youth. A few other aspects of youth, not just stock shows, but mainly that. We think that that area teaches kids a lot of good work ethic. They learn right from wrong, what works, what doesn't work, and so when they grow up, maybe they will take part of that with them. And we think that's very important. And if our funds can go a little ways to help ease the cost of some of that, then so be it. And that's a wonderful thing because, kids are everything to us. So we just think that's the best way to put it.
I was raised in San Saba and had a lot of friends from Mason growing up, being neighboring towns, and still a lot of friends that are grown up and their children now are showing, and their children now are involved in several aspects. And so it's just, we just love Mason County. There's just something about the people that reminds us of home, and so it's become one of our points that we really try to support.
The people at Mason really make it easy to do our best that we can take care of those over there, because they come through, they're nice people, they're just so welcoming, they're warm, they're like us. They are like us. We want, you want to be with people that you know and trust and like, and that's those people. So we really love it over in Mason County.
And since we bought the store a little over 5 years ago, they've been very supportive of us.
They have.
Hi, I'm Anna Marie. I'll be showing Profit, and she is the semi-Angus.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth, and I'll be showing Miracle, and she is a beef master.
Well, you have to brush them, you have to watch them a lot, you can't just turn them out. With mine, especially right now, we're trying to grow hair, so I have to brush her a lot, wash her, blow her.
Usually we do showmanship when we're done watching her, and if we don't do showmanship, she goes straight to her pen. So she's always in a rush to get to her pen. You cannot let go of your heifer, and if you do, it's going to be a pain to get her back.
See you at the stock show! Hi, I'm Mason Hatfield,
Hi, I'm Layla Hatfield.
and we're showing goats at the Mason County Livestock Show. I like seeing all my friends at the stock show and just seeing how we all did after all our year's work.
I like all the goats, and I want to see how everybody does. We race them for the judges, so they look good.
Well, you have to learn how to feed them correctly and walk them good and make sure they have fresh water. And it's just very important to tend to them. Make sure their pen is clean.
My goat Charlie likes peanuts. He loves playing with his friends.
See you at the stock show.
Hi, I'm Reese, and I've been showing pigs at the Mason Stock Show about 4 years. My favorite thing about the stock show is getting ready for the show. We walk them, we brush them, and we let them practice walking. When we were practicing walking them around the house, they would go to one spot and like to eat pecan. I only have one name. His name's Oats, because it's white. See you at the Mason Stock Show.
Sheep and goats at the Mason Stock Show. My favorite thing about the stock show is meeting new people. I like when you wellness with friends. I like to show. We shear the goats and sheep and feed them and put them in the trailer. Walk them around, feed them, and then whenever we go get them weighed, we walk them again. And whenever we walk them, it helps their muscles. I've shown it Fredericksburg twice, and I showed it Taylor a few weeks ago. Friday, I got ranch chickens. Yep, none of them are hungry. I love Mason the best because I can see all my friends. See you at the Mason Stock Show!
Hi, I'm Sophie, and I represent Mason for the 4-H Food Challenge. My favorite part about Food Challenge is getting to experiment with your mystery ingredient and have to come up with a dish that surrounds it. I represented Mason for the District 7 4-H Food Show. We had to present a presentation to the judges about how our dish had my plate and nutrients. Then they asked us questions about how we incorporated nutrients in my plate and making our dish healthier. This is my first year doing it, and I placed 4th. See you at the Mason Stock Show.
Hi, I'm Michael Zavala, here with Backwoods Barbecue, born and raised over in Mason, Texas, but we've moved over here to start this business. We had our kids participate in stock show. They started off with pigs, went into steers. The show in Mason as a whole, I think, is wonderful. It's a great experience for the kids. Teaches them a lot of basic skills, in my opinion, of learning to take care of things and, feed, water, every day. It's twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day, whatever's required. But I feel like it puts something that's missing in a lot of our kids nowadays, a responsibility that they're, something that to be responsible for, and it teaches them something as they become adults of caring for things. We love supporting because the Mason County Stock Show was wonderful to our kids, and so our way of giving back is we donate, either a meal or whatever. We try to help in any way we can because I think it's a great thing for kids to be a part of growing up, and it helps them out educationally wise. We hope that they can at least get something out that they can move forward with.
My name's Nick Rodriguez. I'm a senior at Mason High School. Been doing this for the last 4 years. Last year I made a little bench out of wood and metal, made some metal arms, bent them with acetylene torch, and I got reserve grand champion at the Mason County Show for AgMech. More of a challenge. I did a table for my mother last year and trying to recreate something different this year by putting little rocks and fossils that we found, or that the lady I'm making it for found in West Texas when she was a little girl, and just trying to make like a little momentum of when she was with her father. It's an epoxy resin river table with a live edge mesquite wood tree that when she was little, her and her dad used to shoot a little 22 at just out off the back porch. And it was a challenge to get that here because I had to go through a bunch of bandsaws and had to get milled down. And now it's here. I'm doing my thing with it. Well, I've had to learn to work hard, stay up late, making everything. And I plan to be a mechanic in the future. So. See you at Stock Show!
Based in Mason, Texas, Jackrabbit Studios has been here for 12 years to help connect your business to the world. Whether you're starting a new business in need of logo design or have an existing business looking to expand in a changing market, Jackrabbit Studios is here for you. From custom website design to real estate drone video and photography, even product photography with brochures and online sales, promotional videos for television and beyond, and social media marketing. Jackrabbit Studios is proud to support our Mason Stock Show, providing exhibitor and sponsor videos, a new Livestock Show website, and the 2021 live stream. We'll see you at the Mason Stock Show. Based in Mason, Texas, Jackrabbit Studios has been here for 12 years to help connect your business to the world. Whether you're starting a new business in need of logo design or have an existing business looking to expand in a changing market, Jackrabbit Studios is here for you. From custom website design to real estate drone video and photography, even product photography with brochures and online sales, promotional videos for television and beyond, and social media marketing. Jackrabbit Studios is proud to support our Mason Stock Show, providing exhibitor and sponsor videos, a new Livestock Show website, and the 2021 live stream. We'll see you at the Mason Stock Show.
Hi, we're Kenny and Shirley from McLean Ford. We have been supporting kids in the community for over 30 years now. We've been blessed to be able to do that. We had children that were involved in different aspects as they grew up, and so we have truly made it a point that the funds that we're able to support with go to the kids.
Most all of our donations that we do are all towards youth. A few other aspects of youth, not just stock shows, but mainly that. We think that that area teaches kids a lot of good work ethic. They learn right from wrong, what works, what doesn't work, and so when they grow up, maybe they will take part of that with them. And we think that's very important. And if our funds can go a little ways to help ease the cost of some of that, then so be it. And that's a wonderful thing because, kids are everything to us. So we just think that's the best way to put it.
I was raised in Sincetta and had a lot of friends from Mason growing up, being neighboring towns, and still a lot of friends that are grown up, and their children now are showing, and their children now are involved in several aspects. And so it's just, we just love Mason County. There's just something about the people that reminds us of home, and so it's had become one of our points that we really try to support.
The people at Mason really make it easy to do our best that we can take care of those over there, because they come through, they're nice people, they're just so welcoming, they're warm, they're like us. They are like us. We want, you want to be with people that you know and trust and like, and that's those people. So we really love it over in Mason County.
And since we bought the store a little over 5 years ago, they've been very supportive of us.
They have.
All right, coming into the ring, we have our first class of market swine for the 2021 Mason County Livestock Show and Expo. Callan Longhenny exhibiting a Duroc weighing 144 pounds, Ivan Wolford with an animal weighing 151 pounds, and Zane Rhodes with an animal weighing 196 pounds. As we begin our market swine show, I'd like to make sure I introduce our judge to our people. Our judge is Joe Rathman. Joe lives in Smithfield, Texas, and ranches with his family there. He is a graduate of Texas A&M, where he was a member of the livestock judging team, and Joe also had coached the livestock judging team at Glenn College. And so far, Joe has worked with us yesterday in our cattle show and this morning in our sheep show. And we're certainly pleased to have Joe Rathman with us here today to analyze the rest of our Mason County Youth Livestock Show.
We're going to start our hog show here with some Durocs, and I think a really good place to start. All three good stock in terms of just being complete and good together. We're going to maybe start in our top pair with two of them that are a little bit different from each other, and I can see swapping this, no question, back and forth all day long. And here's how I see things. The young man in the vest here, going to be our class winner. One I think is maybe just a little more comfortable in her rear foot and the way it sets down, a little taller shouldered, a little bit longer made, more extended, and then in particular driving out just a little longer hipped and hurts that just a nickel better. Now if you want an option to use one that's definitely bigger topped, bolder bladed, bigger chested, stouter made, I think you can easily do it with the young man here in the Paisley. I love the power, stoutness of that one. Maybe just gets a little shorter hipped and a little more jammed up traveling there. Really nice top pair. The young man that's going to be third, our Gilt here, certainly one. Hey, I tripped on that thing earlier too, but it ain't no deal. Gilt, sure enough, heavy structured, got a little extra scale, a little extra size, big forearm, big blade, maybe just a nickel or down-headed, a little plainer made, not quite as expressive or out there as maybe our top two. Good trio. Congrats to these kids. Good luck with them.
Placings in our first class of market swine. Third place goes to Zane Rhodes. Second place awarded to Ivan Wolford. And the first place class winner, Callan Longhenny. Exhibitors in our Class 2 Durocs, Claire Schmidt exhibiting a hog weighing 210 pounds, Jancy Miller with an animal weighing 211 pounds, and Lily Jackson exhibiting a Duroc that also weighs 211 pounds.
Think though? We're gonna be second. Good deal. Get just a little loose space. Here, you're gonna be first. I think a very interesting trio to try to align here. All three of them maybe have a part I want to fix, but all three of them maybe offer something of a quality piece to the group, and where you want to sort on them, I think can change a little bit. Our kind of gold colored. Doing all right? We're going to get her figured out here. Actually, y'all got me even confused here, I'm gonna be honest. I'm looking one way and saying, that's what I just used. Now not only we have a different ribbon, we got a different kid and all too. Wait a second, let everything settle just a touch. Now we are good. There we go, young lady. The golder colored bear is where we're going to start. I do want to fix that one's hip design. It's just a little short and off, but the more you study things, that one brings up a lot of positives to the group. An expressive, shapely, the heaviest muscle bear in here for sure. I love the leanness, the expression he's got right in behind his shoulder, and then also a big-ended one well. We also, I'd say, maybe fix his hip, but in terms of just sheer looseness to skeleton, he maybe leads a group. Just looseness, some reach, still some flexibility. Pick him up just a little bit up top, and then I think we really make the deal. The gilt's going to be second. I love the stoutness of structure, heaviness of bone. Just really stout-featured one in the gilt here. She's also really good in terms of her shape there in behind her blade. A couple of things I changed. We get behind her. She maybe just is a little plainer in her shape of muscle. She wants to roll just a nickel, and she wrinkles just a little bit in her ham loin. Our third place bear, really expressive, very lean, probably has more lateness of maturity and growth than what our second place gilt does. Like those features, but right now just comes off greener and harder bellied, maybe just a nickel straighter in her hind leg. Nice trio there. Congrats to y'all girls.
Placing in our second class of Duroc Market Swine, third place awarded to Jancy Miller. Second place goes to Lily Jackson, and class winner, Clara Schmidt. Our next class of Duroc Market Swine, we have Nathaniel Lenning with a hog weighing 247 pounds. Frankie Boley with a market hog weighing 250 pounds. Callan Longhenny with a Duroc weighing 255 pounds.
Another nice little trio here. I believe we're going to go ahead and start with the young man here in the vest. I think one, as we look just through the forward part of the skeleton, the way we designed some things, man, a bear that's big forearm, big bladed, still busted open. I think the one that's also pretty proud just about the way he shows. Keeps a very, very nice, attractive design. I say attractive things first, but really he's still got shape. He's still got muscle, especially down his top side. A big thing I'd change on him, leaving you, I wish he was a little square where he places his hock, hit outside on his corners just a little bit more, and we could power him up from behind just a touch. He may be the one that's third in that regard when we get in behind him. The gilt's going to wind up being second. I love this one from behind. She's big hip, really thick, really, really powerful from behind. She's got a nice body shape to her and depth. Maybe just not quite the same kind of presence and balance up front, a little lower shouldered, a little deeper, just heavier up front in the way she's designed. We're going to finish with a dark-colored Barra, one that's shapely and lean, like the expression of muscle that he's got. He's one that gets just a little more forward, upright in his blade, and because of it, it kind of throws off his balance just a touch. A nice trio there. Good job, boys. Y'all good luck with them.
Placings in the third class of Durocs. Third place goes to Nathaniel Lanning. Second place awarded to Frankie Boley. First place class winner, Callan Longhenny. Coming back in for our champion Duroc, we have the lightweight that was exhibited by Callan Longhenny, the middleweight exhibited by Clara Schmidt, and the heavyweight exhibited by Callan Longhenny.
We get here to the drive for our first breed, and I think had a good show. We put some quality together and some challenge there in the classes, and some good quality stock still with even better kids. So we had our lightweight, really nice pair of hogs there at the top end of our lightweight class. This one's good looking and well built. Maybe gives up quite a bit just right now, and I think that's more so an issue of maturity, and so those things will improve. But that's the way he's got to sort into the group. Is very quality, like his build, like his look. Maybe it doesn't come with quite as much just rib cage and dimension at the time. We've got our middleweight of the young ladies, Barra there in the plaid. Really stout, very, very rugged hog. I like that Barra in terms of just dimension and body. Good kind of productive hog. Just maybe could be balanced up and maybe made just a nickel more attractive. And we finished with our heavyweight, who outside of maybe getting a little bit narrow in the way that we track from behind, a Barra that hooked from his hip forward. Very stout, constructed well, very productive in his build, still powerful, very dimensional. That one's going to be our champion here in the Duroc breed. Very nice job. Congrats to you, young man. Our second place there from the heavyweight class. Gilt, I still like her ruggedness and her dimension that she's got. A very stout constructed one. Maybe just a little lower fronted, a little rounder made. Doesn't design up quite as easy as we would like that with our champion that we had. So it's a good breed, very stout. Really, I like their two lightweight first and seconds very well. We're going to go back to those, and so our lightweight here is going to be our reserve.
The champion Duroc exhibited by Callan Longhenny, and the reserve champion also exhibited by Callan Longhenny. Okay, coming in our ring next will be our first class of Hampshires. We have 5 animals entered in this class. Latham Atchison exhibiting an animal weighing 155 pounds. Ainsley Burns with a 169-pound hog. Kinsley Jordan with an animal weighing 174 pounds. Kinsley Atchison with another animal in this class weighing 174 pounds. And Eliza Cope with a Hampshire hog weighing 178 pounds.
twist it up now while I'm driving along the back. Excellent class. Some belted hogs up here, a trio of them, I think, that are all very challenging. The way you kind of put things together, we could sort them around different features. They're all three really good stock, and so I'm okay with changing stuff. Our young lady in our sweater vest over here on the other side, she's going to be our class winner. To me, this is the one that's really bulky in terms of forearm, a big blade, one that's really super stout featured. And while we continued to drive, we stayed a little square in her hind leg, stayed a little square up front. I like the fact that we can put that kind of power on one that'll hit his hind leg down with the right kind of design. Maybe just a little shorter up front, not the most chiseled up. We get that in the next couple a little bit better, and we get just a little chunkier there. But I think still just the one that builds out, progresses out in terms of skeletal width and stays good and sound in terms of structure. 2 and 3 are still really tough in my mind. The one we're going to go with second here, it's got more stoutness of feature, a bigger foot, more bone. Definitely comes at you a little stouter in terms of forearm. Maybe then where we got running into our class winner, I'd change that one a little bit in the way that he drives there off his back leg, wants to swivel just a touch more. Doesn't hit it quite as square as our class winner, but it is one that compared to our class winner is cleaner up through his jawline, a little taller fronted, like the head shape, the stoutness that one's got. Very, very solid hog. Our third place Barra here, maybe the one that comes the cleanest through his chest, the cleanest in the way he attaches his neck and his chest and his shoulder blade. I like that one up front. In terms of design, attractiveness feature is extremely fresh topped. Maybe just gives up some in terms of bone and foot, little stouter, or a little bit frailer featured. And then as we do things with that, maybe just a nickel shorter in terms of our stride as well. But that's a tough trio. Very nice hogs there. Our young lady that's going to be fourth, super long bodied. Got a lot of width over his top side, maybe just so long bodied that it's hard to keep that one balanced up through the middle part of his body. And then we're going to be fifth with our young man there, a little bit deeper ribbed one. I like that bear from bone and shape of bone, and so expression just gets a little bit straighter there and a little more timid in how he drives. So very nice class. Give those kids a big round of applause.
Placings in our first class of Hampshire hogs. 5th place, exhibited by Latham Atchison. 4th place, Kinsley Atchison. 3rd place, exhibited by Ainsley Burns. 2nd place, Eliza Cope. 1st place, class winner, exhibited by Kinsley Jordan. Preparing to come into the ring at our next class of Hampshires. Levi Snyder will be showing a ham hog weighing 186 pounds. Reese Evans with another 186-pound hog. Jancy Miller dipping an animal weighing 189 pounds. Brody Comey with a Hampshire hog weighing 190 pounds. And Bronwyn Underwood with a hog weighing 205 pounds.
Very nice class. A top pair, I think, very interesting, very different in terms of their kind, a little different in terms of their speed, and maybe that changes some things just trying to evaluate them. And I think that's maybe where that comes to. The gilt here, I really like from her hip forward. She's tall-shouldered. She's good-looking. She's right in terms of her angle. She's square in her build. She still shapes up with some freshness there to her top side. I think one that this completes a really attractive, nice design and squares out of her hock and her hind leg leaving you just fine. Maybe where I'd be a little picky on her, she's a little shorter in her stride off her rear too. I'd like to lengthen her in that regard, make that just a little more flexible. She's also a lot more calculated about where her step is than our bear that's going to be second here. So a really good looking one there to start that maybe does give up some power to a really stout one of the young ladies in the corner over here that's going to be 2. I love the forearm, the big blade, really powered up, really good in terms of the way that one rolls out of the backside of her, way he rolls out of the backside of his blade with extra shape. Real stout featured. He never quite wants to slow down for the girl, so he always stays a little low-headed, a little more off in his hip, and just not quite as attractive in his look. That's a good pair. They could change just in terms of the way they settle, and they go on for you as well. Our young lady driving out here in the middle of the ring got a sure enough boxy, productive, big body, big ribbed one, wide and constructed. I like all those features. Maybe just a nickel planer here in shape, not quite as expressive as 2, maybe not quite as extended and as good looking as what 1 is, but a really, really solid hog here just the same. Our young lady that's going to be 4 with the real dark colored barra, speckle belted barra. Really lean, very, very expressive, like the shape of muscle and cutability that hog's always going to have. Gets a little weak in his top line, maybe doesn't keep that collected quite as well because he's just a little bit forward in his blade. We're going to end with one that's probably softer, probably a little bit better footed and better jointed even than the one right ahead, but he gets just a nickel plane as far as his muscle shape. I wish he could end with just a bit more stoutness all the way through. Nice class there. Congrats to these kids.
Placings in our second class of Hampshire hogs. 5th place goes to Brody Comey. 4th place awarded to Reese Evans. 3rd exhibited by Nevaeh Schneider. 2nd place, Jancy Miller. 1st place class winner, Brownman Underwood. Preparing for our next class and the last class of Hampshire hogs. Exhibitors coming in the ring, Brody Comey, 218-pound hog. Rudy Osborne, exhibiting an animal weighing 228 pounds. Callan Longhenny, 230-pound hog. Leyland Limburg, the 230-pound hog. O'Brien Underwood with a 238-pound Hampshire. Nevaeh Schneider, 258-pound.
Took a little longer there in a really excellent class. So there's lots of depth, and I think just the quality of them is exemplified We've got hogs that are built in terms of power and stoutness extremely well. Maybe just some little bit slight differences in our design and our build. Our top 3 hogs, I think, are awfully tough. We're going to start with the young ladies right here. To me, this is the one whose top line, hip construction all the way out to where he sets his neck up here out of a big blade steel is the most attractive and the nicest designed one, especially like just foot shape and design up front, the way it all sets down. Maybe it gives up just a nickel from behind, but it's also maybe the reason why he stays within his skeleton just a little bit more when he leaves you. But a nice hog that really works in a very tough class. Young man here that's second, that's probably my fault to drive him just a little longer, and he gets a little more tired there out of his back leg and the way he wanted to swing it just a bit more. That's the real powerhouse in terms of extra fresh shape of muscle, huge in terms of his hip and his ham, really big here from behind and over his backside. Still a neat look to his front end. He's got a little neater jaw line and a little neater front end than what our hog that's going to be third. But that hog maybe wants to get outside of himself a bit more as we travel away. Our little young lady here in the corner is going to have our third place hog. I could really see somebody tying into him really tightly. That's a huge bone, good-footed, stout-skulled one. I like his features of stoutness that he's got. Still matches it with some flexibility. As we drive them a little longer in a really tough group, I think that's the one that maybe gets a little plainer when we look at him right from behind in terms of his shape and expression. Maybe just a little shorter, a little bit more jammed up there in his front end. Very nice trio. Very competitive there as well. Fourth place hog is going to be a really good shapely one. I like the shape and expression and cutability. Just gets a little bit more straighter in his hind leg, touch more restricted that way. Our fifth place hog of the young ladies here, big body, very productive, probably sounder than our fourth place one, but gives up some expression, some shape, maybe just a little shorter coupled. And our young man that's going to be sixth, got a real powerhouse in terms of muscle and dimension and body, gets a little tighter and a little straighter, didn't want to last quite as long out here. So nice group. Give these kids a big round of applause. Congrats to them.
Placings in our heavyweight amateur class. Sixth place goes to Alan Lindbergh. Fifth place exhibited by Nevaeh Snyder. Fourth place, Brody Comer. Third place, Ruby Osborne. Second place, Kellen Longhenny. And first place, O'Brien Underwood.
If you're going to get something off our tab, you have to ask Mom.
Hi, I'm Michael Zavala. I'm here with Backwoods Barbecue. Born and raised over in Mason, Texas, but we've moved over here to start this business. We had our kids participate in stock show. They started off with the pigs, went into steers. The show in Mason as a whole, I think, is wonderful. It's a great experience for the kids. Teaches them a lot of basic skills, in my opinion, of learning to take care of things, and, feed, water every day. It's twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day, whatever is required. But, I feel like it puts something that's missing in a lot of our kids nowadays, a responsibility that they're, something that to be responsible for, and it teaches them something as they become adults of caring for things. We love supporting because the Mason County Stock Show was wonderful to our kids. And so our way of giving back is we donate, either a meal or whatever. We try to help in any way we can because I think it's a great thing for kids to be a part of growing up. And, it helps them out educational-wise. We hope that they can at least get something out that they can move forward with.
Really good breed drive here, and I thought all 3 top ends of the classes exceptionally good, very competitive. We'll have stuff that doesn't get a chance to come back out here that I think could easily be your favorite to use in the breed and really roll on and do quite well with. So if you would give these kids a big round of applause. Just cutting hairs out here, so good luck and congratulations.
Champion Hampshire, exhibited by O'Brien Underwood, and Reserve Champion, exhibited by Kellen Longhenny.
Uh-huh. Ashley was following the charge.
Yeah. And then whoever he's talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
Beginning our next class of market swine, we'll be showing our dark OPVs, other purebred. We have 4 animals in this class. Olivia Longhenny, with a hog weighing 145 pounds. Claire Schmidt, exhibiting a hog weighing 168 pounds. Avery Burns, with an animal weighing 174 pounds. And Nevaeh Snyder, with an animal weighing 204 pounds.
really nice class here as well. The dark OPBs we get started in. I think there's some good quality. Very much drastic difference between them as we kind of get them sorted around. I'm going to elect to use the young lady that's more predominantly white bear over here in the corner. I sure think from hip forward, that one's got a world of quality, a tall-shouldered, good-looking one, right kind of set and all to his blade. I think the way that he designs up front is going to show you that he will explode in terms of some power and some shape there behind his blade, but keep a really youthful, really neat, and attractive design. In particular, to the two hogs right behind him, he's still just a little more comfortable in his hog placement there as we get traveling away. We're going to follow with the other spot. I think 2 and 3 are pretty close in my mind. Our second place hog maybe does have just a nickel more hip from behind than what our class winner does. So we work a little further forward in that hog, not quite as picked up in our front end, not quite as attractive right there. We get just a nickel straighter in our hock. But I will say this, length of body and then trim this and still feature, I prefer him over our Berkshire that's going to be in third here. Our third, powerful, stout, rugged, the most stout featured one of the group. Maybe gets just a little bit shorter in some measurements though. A shorter neck, shorter face one. Also a little shorter hipped one, so it makes him just a little tighter now he goes there out of his hind leg. We'll finish with our gilt. He's real deep bodied, certainly heavy boned and big footed. Like those things, maybe just gets a little too straight in our shoulder and our blade goes a little forward, so it doesn't get around quite as well. Nice class here. Congrats to these kids.
Placings in our first class of dark OPBs. Fourth place goes to Nevaeh Schneider. Third place, Avery Burns. Second place awarded to Claire Schmidt. First place, blue ribbon exhibitor goes to Olivia Longhenny. Class 8 will be the next group coming into the ring. Our second class of dark OPBs. Exhibitors are Olivia Longhenny with a hog weighing 212 pounds, Ruby Osborne with an animal weighing 223 pounds, Frankie Boley with a hog weighing 223 pounds, and Tara Boley with a hog weighing 243 pounds.
4 hogs, I think, are very challenging. If you want to find just little differences in them and sort some things around, I'd be okay with that for sure. Where we start with the darkest colored one out here, the bear that I think maybe does the best job of blending some real positive features of the flexibility of our second place hog with then some stouter features of what our third place hog is. We can mix these things around and I could definitely buy it, but to me this is the bear that's the most complete in terms of design with combining some skeletal width to that. In particular to our one that's second, a little rounder in terms of our center body shape, just a little bit bigger right in behind his blade, and therefore drives at me just a little more busted open there through his chest floor. I appreciate those features. Maybe just a little bit deeper in terms of his neck and his jawline than compared to our one that's second. And I like our hog that's second to the young man's. In terms of looseness, flexibility, easily the one that's the best in the group from that regard. Maybe a hog, though, just driving at me, I'd like to see that one not only stouter skulled, but wider chested and bigger bladed as well. A hog that's going to be third, tough one in the group. With the young lady on the fence over there, that is a stout, rugged sucker, and he's just getting a little too tight on us as we drive here, and I wish we could refine him up just a bit more. Young lady in the gold's going to be 4, very powerful, big body, productive, just a little frailer structured relative to carrying a little more condition, so it's affecting his balance a bit more. Congrats to y'all kids, good luck with them.
You got another 30 minutes. Placings in our second class of Darko PBs, Tara Bowley, exhibiting 4th place hog. Ruby Altman with a 3rd place hog. Frankie Bowley lifting 2nd place animal, and Olivia Long Kahini with the class winner. Congratulations.
This is what they see.
So here we'll just switch to that view, and you'll see it if you set the switch to the double.
I thought these were pretty tough, really put together. Little differences, still some quality, and I think that's what makes it challenging, but at least it doesn't make it dreadful. It makes it fun to sort them when they've got some nice pieces to them. So good pair here to bring out for our drive. To be honest, I think one of them just really exemplifies the quality and design that I like, especially from her hip forward. So the young lady's lightweight bear here is going to be our champion Darko PB. Congrats to you. We're left in with a pair of reserve contenders. I think are a little different in their makeup. One with a little more length and extension, the other with just a touch more to the middle part of their body. I think that's challenging. You want to swap those two, kind of have your fun with it. I'm good with that. But one strikes me second best in the groups, or second place lightweight. That's going to be our reserve. Congrats to you, young lady.
Our breed winner exhibited by Olivia Longhenny, and the reserve champion exhibited by Clara Schmidt. Okay, our next class of market swine that'll be coming in will be our light OPBs, and we have 4 animals to show in this class. Bailey Miller exhibiting a light OPB weighing 180 pounds. Avery Burns with a hog weighing 181. Kelton Jordan exhibiting a hog weighing 208 pounds, and Ansley Burns with a hog weighing 209 pounds.
both Facebook and YouTube, so they're all.
I think we get four of them in here, man. These could be tough. To me, the top three have got a lot of sort, very, very different. And if you want to grab onto some traits, really run with them, tell me they're by far the best one, I'd be okay with it. I think that's just what kind of class this is. In my mind, the young man that's right out here that's going to be our class winner, I like the fact that we take some stoutness of feature, some bone, some foot, still put some power and some shape over the top side of it. And if he was going to be that to the extreme, then he'd have to not be nearly as good looking for me not to maybe come back to him as being our class winner. I think in terms of a blade and forearm set, we've got a good enough look up front. We can be a stout featured, rugged one that's still very mobile as we go. 2 and 3, awfully tight to me. I think what's maybe the more challenging thing is our one that we're going to end up in second. I love some things about the center part of this one's body shape. His back's fresh, he's big-ended, super flexible. I think designed extremely good in terms of just being a good kind of hog and a good kind of animal, just good stock, wide, sound, flexible. Man, he's just pretty narrow in terms of his head shape, and he's pretty frail, and it really throws him off. That's got some big-time positives. I wish he was just stouter featured, a little heavier structured. Then we have our hog that's going to wind up in third that I tell you is stouter featured, probably better skulled, a little bigger forearmed as well. Maybe just started getting a little tighter in her rear leg. We're also a little shorter in her hip and her front end, so we're never going to be quite as mobile in that regard as we go. And our young lady that's fourth, got a muscular wide one with some body shape, just a little more tied up in terms of our structure, and that way we're getting up in our top line and out in our hips, so we're not quite as good looking on the go. Really interesting trio and class there. If you would, give these kids a big round of applause. Very competitive group.
Placings in your first class of light OPBs. Taylor Miller, exhibitor of the fourth place animal. Third place exhibited by Avery Burns. Second place exhibited by Ainsley Burns. And the class winner, Kelton Jordan. Our next group coming in, we only have 2 animals in this class. This will be our heavy class of light-colored OPBs. Clancy Osborne with an animal weighing 235 pounds, and Tara Bowley with an animal weighing 240 pounds.
Nice pair of hogs coming in a little bit of a similar kind of package, but I do think the young ladies, Bear is one who's a little better in terms of the way he hooks up high here in his top line, in his shoulder blade, sits out there wider, a little more comfortable in carrying his head up a little higher, and then when we do that, we balance just a nickel bit better as well. So one who's maybe also got a slight advantage just being busted open a touch underneath a little bit more. Maybe a little bit stouter featured, a touch leaner hog, and the one we put in 2. I like the crispness he's got right there through the center part of his back. He's one then that also is also busted open as well. well. Maybe just a nickel more rounded, and his front end runs downhill just a touch, so he's not quite as attractive in his look. Nice pair there. Congrats to y'all.
Placing in this class of light OPB, second place is exhibited by Clancy Osborne, and class winner exhibited by Tara Bowley. Test.
Our breed drives continue to be tough. Not a ton of numbers here with this group, but I think some good stock and some extra good competitiveness and bright futures for them as well. We've got a pair of hogs that are both big middle, very stout featured. I like all those things. I think the one that maybe then takes things a little bit further in terms of feature, stoutness, and some designs are Lightweight of the Young Man's here. That's going to be our champion light OPB.
Champion lap OPB exhibited by Kelton Jordan.
For reserve, we had the one that's awfully different to the group there from our lightweight class. I thought there's some really, really big positives in that one, just in terms of body shape, skeletal width that he's got, just a little frail, and that feature kind of throws him off. So they make a little bit more of a different kind of pair. I think the upside, though, to the positive features of our second place lightweight are real big to me. So we're going to go there for our reserve. Congrats here to these kids. Good luck with them as you go.
And the reserve animal in the grouping is exhibited by Ainsley Burns. Joe, we'll make this next class easy on you. You may have to study for a little while, but I believe we could even let James pick your champion here. And our next class here, we have Claire Schmidt exhibiting a York, weighing 236 pounds.
If you want to go inside, you can walk to some degree. On this side. You boys have masks on.
Go ahead, start it back over here towards that gate. Maybe you'll want to go travel that way. Well, Judge Beard, I wish you would have started me here. That way I could have started with getting something right and made myself feel good as we got going. But sure, appreciate the reprieve in the middle of the group as well. I think, though, I told the young lady that she's going to be our champion, but she's an awfully good representative of that. I didn't need too many more to find to be able to put a Yorkshire back in her drive later. I think that's going to be quality and going to be a good fit with everything. Maybe we get some hogs put back around him. Maybe he'll want to drive a little bit more, but just studying angles and foot shape and size, I bet this one's really loose constructed and really good built. I sure like the way this one looks up front. Got a little blue eye, but man, is a good looking rascal still with some shape and some expression. I'll study him a lot harder when we get him in the drive, and I think he's going to be competitive with that group. Congrats to you, young lady.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Claire, for exhibiting the champion Yorkshire hog. Our next group coming in, we will get to our dark crosses. And the dark crosses. We have 5 exhibitors in this class. Orthro Beatty, exhibiting an animal weighing 174 pounds. Ryland Jordan, with a hog weighing 179 pounds. Ivan Wolford, with a hog weighing 183 pounds. Eliza Cope, exhibiting an animal weighing 186 pounds. And O'Brien Underwood, with a hog weighing 186 pounds.